Nothing sounds quite like an 808 on the next Behind the Wheel. Wow, I went through that whole beginning without having the mic on. I really need to start paying attention. I'm gonna need to switch, make sure that this thing switches. But yeah, my audio just doesn't switch along with my scenes. Anyhow, one of these days I'll get all of the technical issues ironed out of the show. But what I was babbling at before today was yo YouTube. It is the 8th, or yeah, the 8th of November. And it's Sunday, 3:05 p.m. It's really windy and like cold outside. Fall has hit Southern California, folks. But anyhow, because I was rambling without the mic on, you've probably been wondering why you have had the picture of the Beastie Boys and Run DMC in Amsterdam in, looks like 1987. I can't read it. It's so small, but it looks like it's 1987. I'm looking at my little OBS screen, which is probably way tinier than what you guys are looking at on your screens. Anyhow, we are looking at these guys because not only did they usher in a new era of music, but they did it with a machine, and it wasn't just them, and it wasn't just rappers of the 80s. I mean, if you were around, if you're around now, you'll know what our next subject sounds like. It's that boomy bass that you hear in all rap songs, in even pop songs use it nowadays. Anyone from Al Jarreau to Phil Collins has used this machine, and so did the Beastie Boys and Run DMC, and that's everyone knows the machine by the boom that it makes. It's that bass boom. I wish I had a sample I could play. I use it a lot. Being a musician, I use that boom a lot. And it comes from a machine called the 808, made by a company named Roland, this Japanese company. It was seen as a novelty when it first came out. And Roland at the time was also coming out these just wacky electronic, and I want to make something clear. This is an analog machine, which means it actually synthesizes its own noise. So it would be wrong to call this like a digital. Like whenever someone thinks of a drum machine, they think of it as being a digital instrument, where it takes samples and just replays samples according to the parameters that you set them at in in the machine. This machine actually made its own noises. And it's funny because the reason why it's so popular, that boom noise, the reason why that's so popular is that it all can be contributed to a faulty transistor in the machine that the designer, oh god, what's his name? Japanese guy, Mr. Roland. Either way, sourced, since he didn't have a whole lot of money, he sourced faulty transistors from this one company and put them into all these machines, and that's what ended up giving it its characteristic sound. It isn't just a boom, but there's a bit of like analog distortion that goes along with it. It's like saturation, it's oversaturated. I'm not going to get into audio terms on a video game, car racing, what's it called, live stream, but it was a sound that shaped the 80s, 90s, 2000s. It's still being used today. People swear up and down they use it. They're using an 808 in their song, but it isn't. It's just a sample of an 808 that's been sampled and oversampled and then tuned up and down. The true 808, excuse me, had tonality but didn't have tonality like people play with it today. Back in the day, this just made straight drum beats. But there is an aesthetic that goes along with this machine. It's these four colors, which if you look at the machine itself, it's got red, orange, yellow, and white, and that's kind of been known to be the 808 kind of look, right? If you're going to design anything 808-ish, most people that are into music will recognize those four colors in that particular sequence. It's even was used in the branding for the machine back in the 80s. Not so much the white, but the red, orange, and yellow, or gold, I guess is how you can characterize that color. And if you want to know more about the 808, definitely there's a movie, I think it's on Netflix, called just 808. I think you can watch it on Netflix. I think you can also watch it on Amazon, maybe. I own it, so I can watch it anytime I want to. But for those of you that don't own it, definitely check it out. It's a really, really interesting documentary. You don't even have to be into rap music or electronic music, I guess is what people also categorize, because it's technically a synthesizer. I mean, it's been used in country songs before. So the 808 has touched pretty much every genre of music except for classical, and opera probably. I haven't heard too many operas have had the 808 in it. There've probably been a couple musicals that have used the 808. I mean, basically, it's just a drum machine. It's like I said, I use it all the time. At least samples from it. I used to own one, but I just recently got rid of it. And if you can find one of these original machines, mine wasn't original, mine was a remake, but these original machines go for, man, thousands of dollars. Now, if you can find one, even in terrible shape, people will go through and rehash them together, just because there's a charm that you get out of this, just using this machine. It was what, 1985 or 84 is when it came out, and it's still being used today. I mean, their guitars, it's basically it's like the guitar of the synthesizer world, or at least the classic guitar of the synthesizer. Like a Gibson Les Paul. It would be like the Gibson Les Paul of the synthesizer world. They're definitely very rare. Not many survived. I want to say that there may be a handful left that are still running and operable. There are probably a bunch more that are just lying in someone's trash heap somewhere. Really, really amazing machine, though. How does that equate to today? Well, or how does it relate to today's subject? Well, we're going to take that 808 look. and try to slam it on the Audi R8. And we're going to call it the R808. So I have a couple of 808 decals in my library already. And I'm going to probably lay it down. I usually use this one to just give me an idea of where I want these colors and how I want these colors, what I want these colors to do. The R8 is a weird car. It is very angular. And then it's got these weird things here, where these are being treated as the other. No, we'll just leave it there. But they're being treated as an other layer, so, or an other part of the car, if you know what that means. It's just trying to show you. Oh, what did I just do? Sorry. Yeah, it's being treated as this. It's this. That part is that part, and it also affects that part. So we have to be really conscientious of, or if we do end up coloring that part, putting a decal over the part on the hood, or vice versa. We can't really mess with that other on the hood. We'll probably have to, if you want to change the color of either any of these others, we're going to probably have to decal over them, which is fine. Let's see what decals I have for the 808. I don't think I have many. I have this one. Which I'm not sure is going to work. Looks like a decal of just the 808. I have these. And this is another company I work with a lot, is Ableton. I do a lot of work with Ableton with the 808. These are other Roland's lines, like product lines. I've owned a lot of area equipment in the past. I mean, we've got enough, I think, to do. What does this do? We've got enough to do, I think, this one car. I was thinking that we were going to have to download some assets, but I think we can probably go with what we've got here. I mean, that's pretty cool. Just looking to see where we can put things. I mean, what would be kind of cool is if we can do those stripes. You know what we could do is we could run a gradient. If we keep on going at this angle. Let me see if I can line this up. This would be kind of cool. But we would have to match the colors, which is going to be tough. Alright, let's see if we can do this. This is going to be interesting. Let's see if we can do this. This is going to make... This will probably overcomplicate our design. I'm thinking. Because we're going to have to deal with this thing here. But... if we can kind of guesstimate the size of these things, we might be able to get them to match up. Alright, we're going to have to align that other one with camera. But that might... Let's see if we can get just a bit bigger. They're not going to line up because the alignment method was different. But now we really are putting ourselves in the shoes of the person putting the vinyl on, because we're having to actually do what they would have to do to get the vinyl on. I mean, I'm sure they wouldn't have to do this in real life because it would be just treated as, you know, one part of the car, but since we can't, because Gran Turismo doesn't recognize that as being that part of the car, we are going to have to do some decal matching. So we know that they're all banks of 4 buttons, so if we're not getting 4 of each color here, then we know that we're messing up. I've got this pretty much sized so that we should be able to fit all 4 buttons. Nope. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. Just a little bit of patience. It's going to take a little bit of patience and a little bit of effort to get this to match. I mean, if we can get it to do it here, that'd be really cool. Because I was planning to do like gradient stripes that went all the way down the back end of the car. I want to try to do something easier than the Hello Kitty RSR that really kind of just took it out of me yesterday. That was a long stream. I don't know if you caught yesterday's stream, but that was an epic stream. We got it done. We might have to do some finagling. That might be it. Can I make it smaller? I mean, I could probably make it smaller and run along. Let's see if we can get this to work. I don't know how this is going to work. I don't think we're going to be able to get it to work. We might have to just do this whole idea over here somewhere. Let's just delete that. We'll come back to that later. Now we know though it's going to be hard to match something on the other part. On the decal part. Let's see. Let's see where we can manipulate. This 8-button sequence. Maybe we can get it to run. Up and down, like that, maybe. That'd be interesting. We've never done a wrap like that. I want the buttons. I'm really afraid of doing something back here. But mainly because it's doing that. That's what I'm saying. This is a weird car to work with because it does some weird warping kind of things going on. It has some very strange characteristics to it. It's just an oddly shaped car. Or when I first saw it, I'm not a huge Audi fan. I should preface this with saying that I am a Volkswagen owner, and I think we were talking about this at one point in time in one stream, and I just got off topic. We could do it there. If we could make them really big. But Audi's owned by Volkswagen. So, and basically, the reason why I don't like Audis that much is that I never could see the real difference between some of the Audis and Volkswagens. And it seemed like Audis were just way overcomplicated Volkswagens. And to that degree, why would you want to buy an Audi when you can just buy kind of the same type of car, and a Volkswagen's more reliable? This is gonna be a pain in the ass. I say that about every single one of these designs, but they are. If I could run the stripes like that, but it already looks like they're gonna start warping if I go up and around. Or maybe we're going about this all the wrong way. Maybe we just make our own stripes that are themed to that color. But that decal, I do kind of want to use it. So maybe we can put that on the hood. And that could be possibly our sports stripes. Where'd you go? Why are you on the roof? Add layer to the front. Align with the camera. Choose decal. Sponsors. Let's do this one. There it is. I just saw you flash. Okay. Oh, duh. I wanted the hood. Maybe we can just put this on the hood. Maybe we'll start at the hood. We never start at the hood. We always start on the side of the car. I can already see I want to change the color of the car. Let's change the color of the hood. I think we're going to start on the hood with this car, and then we'll let the hood kind of, since the hood is so big on this car. Now, I've done an 808 car before with my Porsche RSR, but I want this to be kind of a different beast. Ooh, I like that. We don't have a black car yet. But I do like this dark gray. Let's continue with this dark gray. I like that. I like that. All right. Now, let's continue with the hood. Let's look for a gradient pattern. If I can just find one shape. To these, okay. I wonder if I'm going to be able to stack these like this. It's going to be tough. All right. Wish I could get it to fan out. Okay. I'm going to try something here. After thinking about it for a little bit. What if I do this? I'm going to have to put something there to now the question is we're going to be able to match that red. Let's see if we can get close to that red. This is all going to go south really fast if we can't match these colors. I mean, that's pretty close. See, we're going to have to be uniform all the way down here with this. This is going to have to be pretty precise as well as yesterday's. I mean, I like how that's starting. This is going to be pretty cool. Okay, if I can get this to do what I want it to do, this might actually end up being really, really cool. Let's get us a little ruler here. I don't think it's going to go right because we didn't align it right. We need something underneath of all these to give us a sign on whether or not we're going to be on top of this or not. We want this to be as parallel as possible. There. Okay. We're going to move this down below this. And then we're going to need another tool to line up the gradients, probably. Yeah, let's add another one to line up the gradients. So we're going to duplicate this layer. We're going to hide this layer right now. Just so I can see where that is. And we're going to have to line the gradients so that the gradients will start there. Okay. So technically, just as long as we follow along with this ruler here. Now, when it gets into the little pit there, it's gonna be odd. But we're just gonna have to bear with it. But technically, if we just move everything along this little line and don't rotate anything, we should get an even effect going all the way across. Let's just make sure that these all line up. They're supposed to. This might work. Wish I could just take all of these and just copy and paste them, but this is the best we can do. I mean, what would make sense is just, we should just do this one by one. I mean, I don't want to put the horse in front of the carriage. Put the carriage in front of the horse. I'll put the horse in front of the carriage, right? Doesn't make sense the other way. This is gonna be the weird one. Because we're gonna have to approximate where that is. Maybe we should add just for these ones, we'll add this layer just to give us an idea what is going to be parallel. Let me put that ruler underneath. Next one should be that one. Let's see if I can get it further down just so I can get it down around the button there. Maybe we should line up these two just to make sure that they're lined up. Yeah, that looks like it's all lined up. And this one looks like it's lined up. So we make sure this one's lined up. These types of moves are going to be easy because, like I said, just as long as you don't hit the rotate button, you should be all good. I mean, it doesn't really matter which one of these layers you duplicate. You just want to make sure you're removing the right one. What would be easy is just to obviously do the one that's right next to it so you don't get too carried away or too lost in your design. Hey, do it the way you want to do it, man. Don't listen to me. Okay. That looks like it's doing what we're supposed to want it to do. So now we go to change to orange. And let's find an orange that's going to be close. That isn't even near close, that orange. That's alright, we can take a look at it. I think this asset may have been made in Gran Turismo, because it looks like these colors are really going to be easier to match than I've encountered with a lot of other decals in the store. I think a lot of people, I don't know how people generate these custom decals, really. So it's a mystery to me. I mean, I wouldn't know the first thing about it. I just know I can steal them from the store and be cool with it. Maybe close. You want to be careful because this is going to be the, that's really close. I could do with a little bit more yellow. I think that's really close. This is the orange we'll be using in the whole piece, so just want to make sure that it's right the first time around, because I'm going to have to go through, if it's the wrong orange. Let's just try to match these two. I mean, that's really close. It's going to be tough now to like... That's really close. I mean, let's see if I can't get it any closer. No. It's too orange. Not red enough. There we go. Can I get it any darker? Wish I could zoom in on that little patch of orange there. No, I think we were closer with our color that we had. There it is. Maybe further down. Making little micro movements now. I mean, that's pretty darn close. That's close enough for me. I want to make sure that all of these are lined up properly. I don't want to see any white underneath this edge right here. Doesn't really matter up there too much. I mean, it does to a degree, but I mean, this is like millimeters here. We're making really tiny adjustments here just to get them to kind of line up perfectly there. All right. is this orange that we're using? And because we're aligning to camera, it's going to can keep its consistency. If we had it aligned to surface, then all these parallel lines would be warped like crazy right now because of this Audi R8's pit of death here. You know, this is it's all a learning experience, folks. I've never done this type of design. Once again, I'm trying to challenge myself and do things that work with tools and methods that I've never worked with before. And devising new ways of doing things like this. I don't think I've quite used these pieces as a measuring device before. I'm just going off the fact that, or the idea that when Gran Turismo pops pieces in, they are usually either very parallel or center, or as long as you don't change the rotational quality of the piece, it'll always come in true and straight to some degree. But you know, it's all relative to what car you're working with, really, what surface you're working with. And ultimately, I'm still working with my eye here. I mean, it's still a really imperfect. It's still a really imperfect process. I mean, this isn't how you would, want to do this really in real life. But at least in the digital realm, we can always rely on something being, either 90 degrees or center. Man, it really is cold outside. Freaking California, Southern California. Don't believe the lies that people tell you about Los Angeles. Because it can get cold as a witch's tit around here. I know this looks like a mess, but it's going to work out, guys. Just don't worry. Just don't worry. There's a point when you're building models where most of your models in tape is like taped up, because you have to mask a bunch of stuff off if you want to do like really, really intricate work or really cool designs. And so you don't really see your model until the final part where you start pulling off all the tape that you use to mask it off with. It's usually the scariest part is when you pull that tape off and you just don't know. You don't know if you screwed something up. Sometimes when the tape comes off, part of your paint comes off. That's never a good feeling. I think it's the same color as our yellow rainbow yesterday. A lot of these colors are the same colors. It's kind of the same concept. It's just an orange rainbow. It's a red toned rainbow. That's all it is. We're just going to treat it differently today. The treatment will be very different. We're not going to do any rainbows around the OBLLs. I think we're going to stick to the conventional stripes, but we're going to use these gradient stripes because I just never use these gradient stripes. So I want to start getting into the practice of using some of these gradients because I think some of them can really do some really cool things. I just downloaded a bunch of I think they're the way they explained was there were reactive gradients that react to different colors being beneath them. It's really kind of exciting. But I think it's a specific design I have to use in order to use it. I mean, that's just typical. You do what you gotta do when you're really limited. Or it's gonna really suck if all of these are, if this whole sticker's off. It doesn't look like it's off. I'm gonna hate it if this last yellow is just gonna be in the wrong spot. Because I gotta move everything over. That's gonna suck. Don't suck. Please don't suck. Doesn't look that one yellow is landing right where it needs to be. So I'll go back and adjust that. Once again, working in a very neat manner. So I can find where I am in my design. I mean, what would be really cool is if I can carry this whole design over to the roof. We might have to employ the same methods. Maybe we'll keep these rulers around so that no, you know, we're gonna have to get rid of these actually. Well, it's okay, we're gonna just put them on the roof. Once again, we're gonna have a lot of layers for this one, so this will be a high layer count livery. Alright. I think these rulers are finished. We're done with these things, finished with these guys. So we'll just delete them all. And now we can tear up the tape and see what it looks like. I think this looks pretty slick. If I do say so myself, I think that looks pretty darn slick. And then what would even look slicker is maybe, can we slip our Roland sticker in there? That's pretty cool. That's pretty slick looking. I mean, forget to put on this car. Did we put the number plate on? No. That's going to ruin everything. I know it is. Let's do that right now. That sucks. I knew something was awry. Damn it. There goes all that real estate. Oh no, that isn't bad. I mean, that's a pretty cool beginning, though. That's definitely very nice. It's a nice way to start. That number pad, that number is slightly obscuring the Roland, but not enough that I'm too worried about it. The nice thing about the gradient is that we can put that logo there and not have to worry about it not showing up. What we could even do to make it even better is to maybe we take it and let's turn it black. Oh, it looks nice and white. Trying to get like a drop shadow behind it. Just make it pop a little bit more. I think especially for that colored background, it makes it pop just a little bit more. But I do like the white one. I do like that white one a lot. That looks really good. Maybe we'll just keep it white. And then what I could do though to bring back that orange look is this is really actually the fun part of it. I should have just waited to do this part. So we can use this. Do this. Will you let me do this? Something like that. Right? And then we put I just like the one that's together already. Just easier to manipulate this one. Normally, like I said, this is a part of the car we usually tackle near the last, but I kind of wanted to get a sense of what I wanted to do with the rest of the car here. We still have a lot of hood there to work with at this point. Yeah, we could really just do, if you wanted to. Kind of more like that, maybe. Now, what we could do. Maybe. Let's paint the whole car this color. Sorry, I'm just going, it's going through my head right now how I'm going to tackle all of this. Let's paint this whole car this whole color. Maybe we'll deal with those later. We do want to tackle other and make other the same gray. Just so I can see it all together. Yeah, okay. I think I have an idea of what I'm going to do here. Since I have this 808 here, what I can do, and I already have all three of these colors. Now another color that is typically kind of associated with it that isn't represented here is white. Why that decal only has the 3 banks, I'm not sure. I mean, it's working for us right now. And maybe it's nice that white is there, the Roland is in white there. Because, like I said, it's kind of a creamish white. That is used. This is kind of the more, this is the modern look of the 808. They've included this cream color. Now, what we could do is we could just do the boring thing and just run all 4 colors here like that, but I don't want to be boring. It's almost like a German flag. What I've done in prior cars, my RSR is actually kind of, ooh, that's actually kind of nice. What if we went really big? But I want to do these with gradients. We're just going to use this to rough it in and just kind of take a look of what it would look like if we were to do something like this. Now I've treated this car the same way before with the Hello Kitty livery that was on here at one point in time. Let me see if I can get the other one too. Let's see if I can get this one to cooperate now. it looks like it will cooperate. As long as I use something kind of linear. I'll be able to get it to, I think, I'll be able to manipulate it enough so that I can. I can't get it to match up. Like that. I mean, that's actually kind of cool looking right now. I mean, what would it look like if I just duplicated it on reverse? Because it already does have a gradient here. I mean, what I could do is I can just maybe get that red to fall off. That way I don't have to deal with a bunch of layers. Maybe I won't rough it in. Maybe this will be how I do it. I mean, I'm already kind of liking what it's looking like. Didn't quite do what we wanted to do. Because... Yep. Yep. Because... we needed to flip this. Maybe I should just done it there. But whatever. So we want to flip horizontally. Yeah, okay. Did it that time. This might be, I mean, this is a lazy way out. It's super lazy, but what are you gonna do? Looks like there's a little bit showing up there here. But in order for it to match up to that side, it's gonna have to, we'll just run some fixing piece up there. Let's just do that now, because this might actually be the way to go. Okay, I think I've got an idea of what I want to do here. Let's fix the roof. I mean, if this does work the way I want it to do it, or the way I want it to work, then we've already knocked out a good portion of our design. It's fine, because I really don't want to get into a really, really crazy design after yesterday. I need to kind of, this is going to be a nice kind of cool down design. We really went overboard yesterday with the Hello Kitty car, which actually is, I made a bunch of revisions last night on it, and now it's still the same car, but you can definitely tell that I've gone through. I've done some color revisions, and I've actually put several different types of color revisions on my gallery. So if you want the Hello Kitty RSR, it now comes in like a variety of different colors, which I've never done before. I just thought since it's a rainbow car, it should be offered in several different colors. Now, no, we're not going in the fashion that we normally go in, which is to do one whole side. Let's see, this is kind of doing what I want to do. Can I get this to do this? It would be really nice if I can get this to work. I don't want it to work. It's going to be tough matching this red. Try to keep it off the trunk there. I mean, if worse comes to worse, we'll just fix it. We've done it before. We'll do it again. I'm already seeing a tear that I don't like. Can I make this really big? Okay. Now, let's see if we can match this red. Oh, that's really close. This is going to be a different type of red. That's kind of the issue. It says this decal is a different color red. So we can get close. No. Closer. That's close enough. That's kind of cool. Let's see if we can make the gradient smaller. I don't want it to drop off. I want it to drop off before the end of the car, so. This layer underneath all these layers. I still have to match that red better. I still see that line. So let's try to match that red. Eyedropper tool would be really handy right now. Oh, there it is. I mean, that's really damn close. You know, this started off as being a mock-up, but I'm already starting to like what we've got here. We might actually finish this car before the stream is over. Though I've said it before, and it's not happened. Means the other side is probably screwed up too. Which one did we move? The upper one or the lower one? Okay. And we're going to fix the others. The decals and other. Okay, we gotta do one on one side, we gotta do on the other side too. Oops. Let's go that way. These are not gonna match up exactly like we want them to. But that's fine. I mean, that's close enough. Now we gotta do it to the other side. I'm choosing to push this forward rather than back because there's already so much of this blackish gray color that is close. I didn't want to make it too close to the color of this black that's in blackish gray that's being used in the decal because I still wanted to get that separation between the two. So let's move our gradient over to the other side. That's looking pretty tough right now. Now, we've got some issues. Now, I wonder... because the gradient here kind of matches the gradient. The gradient on the front of the car is kind of the reason why I want a gradient back here as well. I'm just looking at it and trying to think of what else I want to do. I want to try something here. See this tear that's happening here? I'm wondering if it's because it's trying to address the side and the roof as the same, or as two different entities. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm just going to try this real quick, because if this doesn't work, then I can just replace it with a decal that's on the other side. But I'm going to try adding a layer. Projection method roof. Align with camera. And then take the same decal and see if this tears. No, it doesn't. Alright. Now will it line up? That's the other question. No, it won't. See, it lines up completely different now because... Alright, well... Let's see if we can change how this behaves. But it's not tearing anymore. But then again, it's not straight anymore, really. How does that change our game? It changes it drastically. Alright, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a huge problem. Let me see if I can get the existing layer to match it, but I don't... Yeah, that's not going to work. Alright. Now we're starting to see some problems here. Now we are starting to encounter some problems. Maybe what we can do is maybe make a fix-it piece, because it's only affecting that red. And since this gradient red is such a big prevalent piece, it doesn't really need to be accurate as this one needs to be. What we can do is maybe, since it's only in the red and this red is underneath, is maybe we can change these two gradients to show up on the roof, and that will cover. At least we don't have to do the matching anymore, but maybe this will cover. Oh, no. Add layer to this left side. Projection, roof. Align with camera. Use this decal. We'll use this decal. Change its color to red. The red that we're using. One of the reds that we're using. Luckily, this red's so far away from the other red that no one's gonna ever be like, "Oh my God, that other red's it's two different shades. What are you doing?" Oh, this is gonna be a pain in the butt. Okay, so maybe we just get one to address the roof, and then we'll just have to do another one to address. There we go, that got it. Can we make it smaller? Okay, so what if now we take a layer to the left. I mean, that's pretty close. That's pretty close to what we want. Yeah, I'll buy it. I'll buy that for $1. Alright, well, let's duplicate this on reverse and see what happens. Just flip it horizontally just in case. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Why not? Now, what I would like to happen, because I still want I think I want some room in the back for some sports striping possibilities. How am I going to continue this gradient to the back, though? I mean, I could do something like this. It's just that hot spot of red's going to have to definitely be somewhere in that hot spot of red there, or else we're going to get that. That's where we have to be really careful, is that we need to match this piece so that it doesn't, that intensity of red doesn't overlap on this other end. That's going to be tough. So we have to match fall off and all that other stuff here. This is what makes working with gradients kind of tough. I want to try to make it look seamless as possible. Which means we have to match the angle here perfectly and get the gradient perfectly. We cannot overlap, because when you overlap a gradient with a gradient, all it becomes is a solid line. See? So we want to try to avoid that as much as possible. But then we also have to kind of match the intensity where it's the most red, which is going to be different. I'm also looking at the drop off at the edge there to make sure that that is kind of even. I'm already having slight inconsistencies there. See, I'm looking along the line where the two are meeting up, and that's probably as close as we're going to be able to get it to match. Now, we're going to have a huge problem when we flip and reverse this, because it's so big that it's going to cause that. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. So, now we have a problem on our hands. Now we have a pretty big problem on our hands. Let's see if we can get... see how far we can cheat this gradient to being straight here. And to also do the job that we needed to do there. It's going to be tough. And what we might end up having to do is we're just going to have to put a small band-aid on that little spot there. I think that's going to probably be what we're going to have to do. We can't have our cake and eat it in this situation, I don't think. Which is bad, because you never want to deny a fat boy his cake. Okay. Alright. Well, we tried, folks. It just didn't work, but we can make this work. Looks like the gradients require a lot of flip horizontally commands. Okay, now let us apply a band-aid to the affected parts that we're trying to hide. This should do just fine. Just want to make sure it doesn't show up in my gradient anywhere, or else people are going to see our smoke and mirrors. They're going to see our trickery for what it is. Plain and simple witchcraft. Voodoo magic. It's really, really on money, I think. Alright. Alright, I have to take a quick break. I will be back in just a second. Give me a 10-1 break. Sorry, I'm eating a fake Samoa cookie, which is delicious. I don't know if any of you guys live in California, but if you do Ralph's, it makes probably the most perfect copy of the Samoa Girl Scout cookie. It's amazing. They've got the Thin Mints down too, like down pat. It's out of this world. I didn't know that type of a technology existed these days. This is pretty cool looking so far. What I could do, what I was planning to do, I had two options here. We can continue this stripe motif all the way to the back. Which wouldn't be that hard. Or I can end it on the roof and just have the rest of the rear just be kind of this fade here, this gradient fade, which I wouldn't mind either. It would be an interesting look. God, the hood came out really nicely. I really do like that hood. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a look at what it looks like when I cap that rear end in gradient, that red gradient, and see what happens. I mean, that would be easy enough to do. I like working with these gradients. These gradients are pretty cool. Never used them before. This is pretty much kind of the first car I've ever used a gradient on before. Just get it lined up a little bit. So we do remember that we do want to try to be very careful about how we line these gradients up. Already seeing that this intensity is too intense back here to match up the intensity grade that's going on. It kind of needs to die there. I mean, a real telltale sign would be obviously where they stack up. They're going to double in intensity. I mean, that's kind of like the hot spot of that red right there. I need to make this, though, as big as I can, because what I'm going to run into is if I do a duplicate of this, it's going to double on itself, and then we have a design that just doesn't work. So as we've seen before, this gradient likes to, or any gradient's going to like to double its intensity once it finds a very accurate work here. It's going to want to double itself. See what's happening? As soon as it overlaps onto the side gradient, we can see it very clearly that it's multiplying itself once it hits a certain point. It wants to multiply itself. That's why we can't flip it. We're going to have to use one big piece or several pieces, which might be the case, but the more pieces that we're going to have to use for this gradient, the worse we're going to be, because we're going to always run into the idea that once the gradient touches the other gradient, you're going to really see the overlap. There's no real way of like that's really bad. It's even. That isn't terrible. And that might be what we have to go with. Just I don't like this overlap here. See that? Sorry. Really weird body noise. So if I can minimize that. Shit, I can't get the camera to work right. That's probably about the best we can do with minimizing the the overlap of that gradient back there. Now what we could do, and I think this would be kind of cool, is to kind of repeat what we've got going on the roof on the hood, but instead of one end being solid, we'll do two gradient ends into the solid. Maybe we'll put the 808 buttons in the middle. And it'll be solid there, and then the two gradients will drop off to the backside. I mean, that would be kind of cool. Lining up with that hood is going to be hard. But I think we can pull it off. Would be a shame just to have that on the hood and not have it continue. It's such a cool sports stripe. It's 8 sports stripes. That's a lot of horsepower. God. I mean, you can't have more. That's like 10 horsepower per stripe, man. You kidding me? The more of these guys we get on here, the better. Let's see if we can get one. Oh, no. Let's see if we can get you straight. Straight enough to do what we wanted you to do. I really wish it wouldn't flash like that. Okay. Let's hope to God this works. I'm gonna be very careful if this doesn't work. That all worked, I think. Now, technically, if we load up that same sticker, the same decal, and we flip it like so, enlarge it like so, it should technically be the same size as our lines on the roof, or our lines on the hood. Technically, whether or not Gran Turismo was doing some weird type of warping, I can't really judge that. I can't judge whether, I mean, the only thing I can do to judge whether or not this is the exact same size as the one there is, I have to just guesstimate it. I mean, I'm guesstimating as much as I can with this little guide device. Now I have to kind of figure out if this is the middle. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Does it really matter? I mean, it probably really doesn't matter if it's the middle or not. I mean, we could try it and measure, but I mean, we need one of these anyway. We need another one of these. I mean, if my theory is correct, then if this makes a plus, then the center of the plus should be the middle of the car. No. I mean, it puts it. That doesn't look like it's dead center of the roof. I mean, it's dead center of that other piece that it laid down, which looks like it's more like 3/4. I mean, whatever. Thanks, Gran Turismo. Well, shit. Oh, crap. Alright, we'll just add that layer again. We want this one. So, what we want is something that's like something like that. And then we want to move this to underneath. Now, I mean, that kind of looks like it's in the middle of all of that. I mean, and that kind of looks like it's in the middle of the roof. I mean, if it isn't, then whatever, I guess. It could just not be in the middle of the roof. Maybe the designers, I mean, realistically, if we were trying to make it really easy for people to lay on this decal right here, it'd be more like this. Because then they don't have to move around with the or they don't have to cut around that panel here. I guess it's an escape panel. A quick escape panel. Alright. Nope. Nope, wrong there. This one. This one we want to be able to manipulate around and use it as a guide bar. Oh, no. For now, we'll hide this layer. So, oh no. Show that layer, hide this layer, just so we can get this lined up. And then we're going to rinse and repeat like we did on the roof or on the hood. Shit. No, cancel. Just rotate it. I didn't want to do that. make sure that it is pretty lined up. And then we want to bring it just down a little bit, because what we're going to do is we are going to flank either one of this button with a gradient. So the center, these center buttons will be the solid color, and then on either side of this will be a gradient color. Now let's hide. Well, we need that layer. Let's show this layer now so that we have our lane to start adding decals to. Let's do that one. And we are going to use our secondary red, which is this one, because this is what this it might just work out perfectly. There we go. All right. Can I flip this horizontally? Yes. Oh, this is going to be really easy. That white bar, now that I'm looking at it, needs to be just a little bit this way, I think. I mean, we can always make it smaller, which I think would work as well. I don't want to make it too small though, because I don't want these gradients to drop off like, I don't want them to drop off into total nothingness too quickly. All right. Let's just do this real quick. Let's hide all these layers. No. Even these side layers are throwing me off right now. Yeah, that may actually be really cool. This is going to be pretty cool. All right, let's bring it all back. All right, this is going to work. This one over. Nope. this layer. Okay. It's gonna take a while to get there, but we're gonna get there. I mean, honestly, I could really probably just duplicate all these layers, but just for the sake of being neat. Let's take that layer and move it on over. Oh shit. Let's make this layer and delete that motherfucker. Alright. Fuck it, we'll move it before. Nope. What is the layer? There it is. We just gotta do it like this. Screw it. Screw you, Gran Turismo. Just take that layer, duplicate it on over. This layer was made for you and me. Oh. Excuse me. Duplicate. Sorry, it's taking a second to register user input. Please. Please enter your next command. Alright. It looks like it's still off though. It looks. Oh. It looks like they're too big. Alright, we'll start with the first one. And maybe work our way down. Damn it. Is that going over? Yeah. I want to put, I'm making sure that those rulers, because I'll see it if it starts going over. Oh, you know what? Maybe that isn't the measurement that's off. It's the side measurement that's off. It's just a tiny bit off, it looks like. Then we might have to move. Is it doing the same thing on this side? No, it looks like it's right on that side. Well, you know what I could do is I could just run a piece that cleans it up there. But that doesn't excuse the fact that it's too big. Which one am I? You might as well fix it now. I'm not going to go moving these white parts around. I'm just going to try to... That's more like it. And moving on down the line. Move that doggy down the line. Alright. Alright. So just delete that one. Delete this one. And then duplicate this one. And then just move it on down the line. Just want to make sure I'm lining these up like legit, yeah. Maybe we probably don't need this white piece, but it's just nice to have around. That's what I thought I was going to do. It's fine. We can just do this all. We can do this all manually. It's like a real John Denver day today. It's all blowing. It's all windy outside and like feels like home. Feels like Virginia. I feel like listening to, like I said, listening to John Denver. Take me home, country road. Can mama take me home? Country road, why aren't you letting me select you? Oh, because you're hidden. Country roads, take me home to the place where I belong, West Virginia. And mama, take me home, country road. Yep, that's right. We are making a car themed after the 808, but we're singing John Denver. Because that's how I roll, yo. I would rather them do this. Just so that they're even. 1, 2, 3, 4. That would mean I would have to duplicate this one. And then move it. No. Then move it. There. Take me home, country road, to the place where I belong, West Virginia, blah, 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 blah. Take me home, country road. Oh, take me home. Oh, crap. Now I gotta get that song stuck in my head. Shit. No. What did I do with that other layer? Is it still there? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, well, we can just do this. I watched Poltergeist, and that's where I got that from. This fucking tree, man. Dude, if I lived in that neighborhood and I saw that fucking tree come alive, I would call. Oh, fuck that. I would take a chainsaw and cut that bitch down. Go blow a torch. And torch that tree. Especially that clown, man. I mean, who were these people? Why did they subject their children to such a terrible environment? They have a haunted tree in the backyard that eats kids. You have a demonic clown in your kid's bedroom. I mean, who does that? Unless you're some sort of sadomasoch, masochistic. Well, now I guess that would mean that you want to do it to yourself. But I mean, you're doing it to your own blood. What else is wrong with that house, man? I mean, come on. The house was haunted. It was built on an Indian burial ground. I mean, come on. Wake up, bro. Take me home, country road. Where's James Taylor, guys? You guys like James Taylor? I like James Taylor. Whenever I see your smiling face, I have to smile myself because I love you. You know, I've started getting really desperate for a conversation on this thing when I start singing James Taylor. Yep, I've reached that point, folks. I'm designing imaginary sports cars whilst singing James Taylor on a Sunday afternoon. Tune in almost every day to watch this type of tomfoolery and shenanigans. Everyone. It's good times as I slowly lose my mind. Country road to the place where I belong, West Virginia. Blah 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 blah. Take me home, country road. What am I doing? Shit. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll chew you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Alright, that's close. Daryl John Oates, folks. I'm gonna get demonetized for my bad soon. Not because anyone's going to want to claim it. I'm just going to get demonetized because it's bad. This is turning out pretty cool looking. I mean, I kind of wish this stripes in the front were longer, we could probably do something like that. So they touch more like the windshield. Let's just get them on first, because once we get them on, it should be easy. It just extends those front ones. We'll just have to get crafty with some sweet old rectangle action, because we here behind the wheel love the rectangle. If it weren't for this one shape, 90% of these designs would not be possible. We have to thank the rectangle for being such a good friend to the channel. Thank you, rectangle, for just your squareness. I really do thank your contribution to all my designs. One of these days, when they hold the Livery Editor Designs Awards, I'm gonna thank the rectangle. Oh, here she comes. Watch out, boy, she'll cheer you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. That song did not use a Roland 808. I don't think Hall & Oates ever used the Roland 808. Now that I think about it. Alright, well, this is going to be all fucked up, but whatever. I don't care at this point. I'm singing Hall & Oates. I just want to get all of this. Wow, that's starting to look cool. I just want to get all this shit done. The faster I get this shit done, we can look at this shit, man. Watch out, boy, she'll cheer you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Oh, here she comes. Oh, watch out, boy, she'll cheer you up. So did that fix it? One. No. One. No. Move that layer down to here. I want to move this layer down to here. Whoa, here she comes. Oh, watch out, boy, she'll cheer you up. Oh, here she comes. She's a man-eater. Alright. Let's do the duplicate. And let's do the flip horizontal. And let's do... I know this much is true. I know this song also does not use the Roland 808. We're just gonna go over all the songs that don't use the Roland 808 in it. I mean, most of the songs that I know are rap songs. But there are, like, In the Air Tonight is actually, I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh, Lord. That song has a Roland 808 in it. The beginning, not the da-dun, 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 that isn't 808. The beginning part, I believe, is the Roland 808. Not that I just described any part of the song to the da-dong, da-dong. You know what I'm talking about. If you've heard that song, I can feel it coming in the end of night. Oh Lord, I've been feeling murdered. Oh shit. Damn it. We just deleted that guide there. Damn you. Damn you. What's this one? Yeah. I can feel it coming in the end of night. Oh Lord. I just feel it coming in the end of night. Oh Lord. I can feel it coming in the end of night. Ooh, those two don't look like they quite match up, do they? I don't think this is exactly where it's supposed to be, though. Or nor do I believe it's the size. So specific. Spacing. We're just gonna have to hope that is going to get us what we need to get. Or else it's going to be horribly, horribly unsymmetrical. Now we want to hide this layer. I guess we have to line up this stupid layer. I mean, we really don't need to. Fuck it. Just so I don't have to. See, a Control Z button would have been great here in this situation. I don't think I need this. Because if I just keep on keeping on, I should be able to achieve greatness. I can feel it coming in the end of night. Whoa. I remember the word. The first time, the last time we ever met. Oh, I read the reason why. But I'm chasing away every possible viewer that I could possibly have right now because I'm singing right now. It's good. Good job, Eric. Stellar job. Just alienate everyone before they get to know how much of an asshole you are. Where's that yellow? Lello. The first time, the last time we ever met. The chorus not on it. A lot of that song was synth drums, actually. I won't even say that the actual song was done with a lot of it was the 808. Phil Collins was a really, really huge believer in the 808. When he left Genesis to do his solo stint, he didn't want to play drums, and he loved the 808 because the 808 did exactly what he wanted to do. It wasn't going to do any fills. It wasn't going to do anything fancy. The stuff that he would, because Phil Collins is a drummer, it wouldn't do anything that Phil Collins would normally do as a drummer. And that's what he loved about it. he loved the fact that he didn't have to deal with a drummer's attitude. And this is a drummer who is, in his own right, a very amazing, accomplished drummer. If you ever listen to any of the old Genesis stuff, which you probably don't, you're probably all into the trap stuff. No, I'm not going to make that judgment. I'm sure some of you are into Genesis out there. According to my demographic, it looks like a lot of old farts watch me, so... but that makes sense because I'm an old fart too, so I appeal to y'alls. But Phil Collins was a really amazing drummer. And the idea that he would turn to a drum machine, of all things, to replace his position. And it wasn't just because he was, well, maybe he was a little bit of a megalomaniac. Maybe he wanted to kind of, in his mind, that no other drummer would be able to do the stuff that he wanted them to do. I mean, I could see that. All right, that's totally reasonable. Maybe his ego got in the way and thought that, you know, you couldn't hire a drummer that would be able to perform the intricate parts that he wanted to have performed. Either way, you look at it, he still decided to use a machine to do a person's job. And sometimes that's what you gotta do. I mean, I use machines every day to do a person's job. But, you know what, I'm still a person using that machine. Now, in the sense of like sampling and stuff, you know, I know there was an argument back in the day that like, oh, sampling is just copying stuff and, you know, not really being a musician. And I mean, to a certain degree, yeah, I can totally see that argument. But sampling has become a whole different... Maybe I should have hid these layers first. I can always put them back. It's a whole different animal nowadays. And that looks pretty darn cool. What I think I want to see, though, is I want to see... That's pretty tough looking. Now, if I could extend the colors just a little bit out more. Let's see if we can do that. So we want the rear I'm okay with, it's the front. Where do I want to do that? Let's do it here. Just add a layer below on the roof. Align with camera. Choose decal. We'll use the solid. And we will change it to the color of red. Now let's see if we can get this to do this right. I think it's that red, right? Yeah, just as I expected. Okay. Let me see what you're saying. That just might be enough, though. We're gonna have to do a bunch of these. To do what, 3 of them across, I think. Sign this layer first and just see what we're dealing with here. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Alone. That was a sad episode. I think that's the episode that Swytek's partner died. No, that was until later. What are you thinking? That was a Peter Gabriel song, I believe. Was that the Red Rain? Red rain is falling down. Red rain. Red rain is falling down. Falling down all over me. I mean, it's a little better. Yeah, that's a little better. So, Christ. Now I'm going to have to repeat this whole motif all the way. All the way down the car. Okay, it's going to be a lot of rinse and repeat on this one. But that's pretty darn cool. All right. And I would measure all of them out, but it's going to be different for each one of them. Because the idea is to try to get this gradient so that, it falls off down here. I want to continue that up here, and it's going to intensify and then fall back off back there. All right, because we're not gonna let that migrate too much further down there. So let's continue on down the road. These 3 pieces, we're gonna have to duplicate all of these. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so annoying. Is there no way we can get this one piece to just be big enough? I mean, I guess not, because the bigger that we get, the more we're going to run into ourselves. Can we make it just 2 pieces? Is that possible? Christ. Damn it, I need that piece underneath all this first. I shouldn't have erased that one, because we're going to definitely need this guy to line all these bitches up. Yeah, that's pretty close. It's close enough. Alright, now let's try to deal with this conundrum here we seem to work ourselves into. Is there any way we can get this to just be not like 1,000,000 pieces? Because what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to duplicate this all the way down. Damn it. Let's try. Oh shit, what did I just delete? Let's try another piece. The roof. Align with the camera. Let's try our friend the square. Square might be what we need now. The square might finally see some play. Square never really comes out and plays a whole hell of a lot. Just an unwieldy piece. Doesn't really want to fit anything really well. But it might be the hero today. Square might be the hero. Yeah, you know, square I think is going to be the hero. Square allows us to kind of get the appropriate amount of fade that we want without adding too much color to the rest of the spectrum there. So we can get that now. We can get a little bit more of an accurate control. We're just going to have to make sure when we duplicate these two, we're going to have to always move it. Okay. So we square over here. And put square. Why is square so much smaller there? Well, how much squaring are we going to need here? We haven't used Noodle yet. But our friend Noodle has been being really overused lately. We've been using the hell out of Noodle. So today is going to be a nice day off for Noodle. Noodle will come out and play another day. Alright. Alright, square. You're going to be guy on the block now. This is going to be a long, long process of moving stuff around. But it'll be worth it. Trust me, folks. It will be worth it. Be well worth the effort once we're finished. Yeah, that's more like it. Me likey. All right. All right. This is starting to look. This is starting to look pretty tits here. So it doesn't have to be totally accurate. You know, it's only so you can only get to so accurate. I mean, for anyone that you downloads these things, you gotta realize that these and us guys that do this can only be so accurate. Especially the tools that we're given. So let's come back just a little bit. Oh, that's that one. That's the square for this, right? And since this is all like just linear, I mean, no one's gonna really notice. No one's eye is that perfect. Especially when the car is coming at you at like, 187 miles per hour. It's just the truth. It's truth. Speak the truth, folks. We're gonna probably need to trying to get this gradient to kind of match up. I might start having to add a third box here. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have to add a box. So square is really hitting it on all the marks today. These next 3 squares are gonna probably be. We're gonna probably have to do 3 squares up until we get to that first yellow line. From this point on, and then after that, it should go back to 2 squares. But as it is, it looks pretty darn cool so far. We might even want to start adding boxes to the rear. But it would definitely just be one box per. Just so we can get that nice fade. So I think the fade in the rear probably happens too quickly. We can definitely get it to touch that rear part. Just what we can all only hope is to be able to touch the rear part. Move this there. I'm being a naughty boy. Touch it. Touch it. We'll put it here. Yeah. And then we'll move this guy. You ever seen Atonement? Probably not. There's that part with the Benedict Cumberbatch tells Daisy Ridley she's gotta bite it. You've got to bite it. Was a it's a good movie. I'll tell you how it ends. It's really sad. Very sad movie. But most World War II movies aren't very happy now, are they? I don't think I've ever seen a World War II movie where it was all about hijinks or frivolity. It's always been about the perseverance of human spirit in the face of death. Interesting story. My last name is really not my last name. Apparently, during World War II, my grandfather was a saboteur for the Philippine Army when the Japanese army came in. So much so that he had to change his last name in order to protect the family. They never caught him. There's always been bad blood in my family about Japanese people. I tried to date a Japanese girl in high school, and ooh, that caused lots of friction. Lots of friction. It's funny, the racism that happens in the Asias against other Asians is pretty still pretty apparent in some spots to certain degrees. Getting into territory that doesn't need to be discussed, so we won't discuss it anymore. Instead, I want to make this an inclusive place for everyone. Duplicate there and move to there, there. Move this one down. And this should be one of the last ones that will require the 3 boxes. I mean, if the gradient isn't that even, I don't care really that much. Honestly, I mean, it doesn't need to have to be right on. Just has to be close. We're looking good. We're looking good. And then, old grandpa, man. I grew up with a grandfather who could not speak a lick of English. My dad brought him over in the 70s, and he kind of raised me. So there'd be days where mom and dad just, wouldn't come home until, well after like 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. They worked like 2, 3 jobs. And so I was raised by my grandfather who, like I said, didn't speak a lick English. So there'd be days where I would try to communicate to someone that could not speak English. It was pretty entertaining, actually. I have a lot of fond memories of that. It's funny how you don't have to speak English to be able to communicate to other people. It helps. But it isn't necessary. My grandfather didn't need it. And I turned out just fine. He had this little yellow director's chair we just hang out in all day long and watch me run around like the sod that we had. At the time, the grass hadn't even been laid down, so we had this like maze of this labyrinth of grass patches. Pretty funny. I had a German Shepherd named King. Good dog. Died though. Yeah, I got bit by a snake in the backyard. I grew up in the boonies, folks. It's a strange county I grew up in. The sheriff was the Grand Master of the local KKK chapter. It was pretty weird. My best friend dated his daughter, which is weird because he's a brown guy, and how that happened, he still will not tell me. They ended up hooking up, but it was pretty weird. But I imagine it's one of those things where you're told that your whole life that this is a bad thing and don't go around. It's probably just pure curiosity. That shit kills cats, man. looks pretty darn good. And it's looking pretty sweet. I think we're going to have to add one box, like I said, to all of this stuff on the rear. But that's not going to be a huge deal. All we got to do is go back down our design, duplicate a box for each one of these areas, and then line it up as good as we can. So let's start chatting about it and just do it. All right. Ain't no reason we can sit here and have a garden party about it. Just do the damn thing. Stop talking about it. You know, one box is fine because it all ends symmetrically anyway. Literally, we'll just require to do that all the way down. And that way we can get pretty even values all the way across. So we'll just duplicate it and then... Oh, let's not duplicate it. Let's do this properly. We have a little system going here. Alright. I don't want to mess with our system. So this is a good lazy Sunday afternoon design. It's pretty low impact. You know, it's not very, there's lots of details to it, but they're not, it's not overwhelming. It's just enough to keep the brain moving. I'm already thinking of ideas for the next episode. I think we're gonna work on my my other car, my Club Sport. I'm really missing racing, man. I could get ACC if I wanted to, but I hear the ACC on the PS4 isn't very good. That's what I've been told, is that the ACC for the PS4 or the PS3 isn't, PS4 isn't great. So I'm kind of holding off on it. I thought of buying it, but I don't think I am. That gradient's working out really nicely, though. And it's such a subtle these squares are adding really just kind of a subtle continuance of the sports stripe to the back, which is really nice. You know, kind of completes the look. Okay, let's continue on. Now we go to the orange. And because we've lined everything up, it should be pretty easy, even if we have to make a color change. All right. So make sure that we're right on the mark there. We'll finish this car too. I think we might go over the 4 hours. I mean, honestly, we're almost crossing the finish line here. Because, I mean, realistically, I'm not going to really do much to the side of the car. We might consider putting a band around the front and the bottom there to run into that. But realistically, it would just be kind of a repeat of the red, orange, yellow, and white theme that we've got going on here. So, so we're looking pretty good as far as getting shit done. Like I said, because we've got a standardized method here for so the next strip I want to work on is this one. Yeah, because I have the hierarchy going. The way that I do it becomes very easy just to make sure that the hierarchy is just going to make sure that you are following your hierarchy, which is making finding the pieces very easy. Oh shit, no. I'm going to duplicate it first. Duplicate and move this layer. Here. Because we want to work on this one next. We want to take our square and move it into place. That is pretty close. And move it in. And then take it. Duplicate it and move it to our last orange line. Take our last orange line, move it back appropriately. Take our square, move it on over. And I think that should complete us there in orange. So we want to do the same thing here. Duplicate this. We want to move this down and find our next victim, which I think is this line. Let's change its color to red. And then let's move its corresponding red layer back. And then let's move It's square over. It's a puzzle game, folks. Like I said, I mean, this is another way that you can play Gran Turismo without racing. You're still working in Gran Turismo. I'm kind of reducing the distance on the edges just a bit, just to give it because it does look like the back end bows out a little bit more in the middle than it does on the sides, so we're kind of giving it the appropriate amount of space to make that move still. But we want it to not be as much as the orange, because the orange lines I had pretty much and was matching up the very, very edge of that square. This should be the last one. I'm still trying to match this gradient so that it matches the how the hood line kind of drops off a roof line, or a roof to the rear there. All right, and then I think that might be all we need that layer for. And that looks pretty darn slick. That looks pretty cool. It's the biggest sports drive I've ever made in my life. That is pretty cool. And it's way too much work for me to want to erase it, so. But I'm pretty proud. I'm really proud of that. It's really slick looking. So now we start thinking about sponsorship decals on the side. Let's try to address first whether or not we want to do some well, I don't know. I mean, essentially we have a two-tone car now, so maybe we don't put any more sports striping around it on the front side. What would make sense? Man, I just dumped my Audi. Oh, Christ. Now we're going to download some Audi stickers, because I just dumped all my Audi stickers. I didn't think I was going to ever work on this car again, but that just goes to show, don't erase anything, folks. Okay. Now, that is pretty slick looking, though. What we could do, though, is we can run like an orange, yellow, and red kind of segregated stripe along the bottom there. That would wrap to the front end, maybe. Let me just look at what adding more stuff to the side is going to do. I want to do all these design decals first, because that way when I get to doing sponsorship stickers, it's not going to be that big a deal. What we're going to have a problem though with is that, so once we move to that, we're going to have to move that layer all the way down. And then move it all the way down the line. I mean, that's what I would normally do, I think. So let's see what this looks like. Let's do the yellow first. Duplicate it. And then do the orange. Let's try that other orange. So now we're going to try to match that orange that's on the side of the car. I really wish I could get both of those decals to be the right color, but that's not going to happen. Whoops, maybe the orange should be first. How do we do that? So I kind of wanted to ride that little line right there. It's right there, I think. See if we can get that color cream. Now let's try something else. Let's do this. Where's that color gray? I'll duplicate this layer. Then we'll change it to the yellow. We'll duplicate that layer. We'll change it to the gray again. We'll move it down. Duplicate it. And change its color to red. Want to match the red on the side. I think I like it. Because I would like to try to work that tan in there, but I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get that tan in there. Yeah, that looks pretty dope still. What if I make... No, you know, I won't work the gradients on the side there. The sloppiness of that right there. Sometimes I just don't get how this car works. I mean, that would be technically it. But then it now kind of extends onto that part of the car, but I mean... I'm not opposed to it. And then again, it's also kind of the first whack that we're having at this car. So I mean, it can have different, you know, different looks. It's not like this is going to be like the last time I'll do the 808 car, you know? Now, what's going to make it hard is putting on sponsorship decals. But we can deal with that. I think that might be most of what we want to do, design-wise. Let's try to throw some sponsorship decals on here and see what happens. I want to use this Roland orange. I definitely want to use this orange Roland one. We can even make it fit here. I'm just trying to figure out whether or not that Roland is where I want it to be. Ooh, if we can get that to fit just right, that would be really nice. Yeah, okay, we can make that work. That way we have... Where's this one? no, we can make this work. Hold on. Just wasn't thinking of it in the right terms. We can always make this into 2 different decals if we need to. So we need something to go on top of Rhythm Composer. So that is going to have to be... Ooh, that's going to be tricky. Let's see if we can make it. We can lose it. I mean, no one's going to see that. But we're not done yet, folks. Because we can actually do this. Let's take it. Oh, we can't. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a real bummer. Yeah, if I could get that Rhythm Composer, but it doesn't look like there's much spacing between the 2. No, there's like 0 spacing between the 2. No. What I could do is just somehow line this up so that it fits. I mean, realistically, it would be. I mean, maybe even back here, we can do it. Back here is even a better, maybe better match for it. It does start stretching though, funkily, as we kind of predicted. We can make a guest appearance on just don't want it to warp too much, the sticker. So I'm going to try to find that one and match it up. I mean, I would like it to be bigger though. More like this, but I can't realistically run into that. Now is the tricky part. Now we can start really kind of, now that we have baseline of how we want this whole thing to go down, we can now start making no, I don't like that. I don't like that either. Let me see if I can move that Roland around. I kind of like it there, though. I mean, the only other place would be kind of like here. Dead center on the door. Kind of like it closer to the back. You know? Maybe smaller. Well, I do have that one Roland GR808 logo. This one. Kind of like the other one better, though. This one will be easier to hide because it's got that line. It's kind of the wrong color. It also kind of is the wrong... The font isn't perfect. That doesn't make me happy. Now that I'm looking at it, I don't like it. The one I want is the Rhythm Composer one. This one. But it would have to be small enough that I could fit it into one line there. I just wish there was a spacing between the two words because I could break it up. Like I was trying to do here. Because that would be kind of the right size for it right there. I could try to make... I mean, that's pretty close. Actually, that is. That's perfect right there. All right. Let's see if that'll duplicate on reverse perfectly. And it does. All right. That is a victory right there. You know, we pretty much said everything that we want to do. We've wanted to say about the Roland TR-808. Let's start slamming on some some other sponsorship decals. Let's fix also the red line now. Because now the red line is just a bit off. So you want it to be even with the other line. Right. At least have the appearance that it's even with the other line. So we're going to delete that one. We're going to delete that one. We're going to delete this one. We're going to delete this one. And we're going to delete this one. And then we're going to take all of these layers and duplicate on reverse. Duplicate on reverse. Duplicate on reverse. Duplicate on reverse. And duplicate on reverse. We are going to accomplish this pretty quickly. We're gonna finish this today, I think. But it looks really nice so far. In the past, I put Roland and Ableton together on the car. Maybe we'll do the same thing. Let's try Ableton as another music making program that I use. That also has the sounds of the 808 on it, sampled. So let's try. Where is our? Oh, you know, we haven't used this one yet either. We'll use that in the trunk. No reason to get too carried away with this. But I've used Ableton as a secondary sponsor for the Roland car before. We can get it to fit in there. Got a two-part one that I can use. Go on with Ableton White. We're not going to be able to fit the word Ableton in there, though. See if we can. It might make our design a little too busy. No, it's not going to work. Yep, not going to work. It's fine. I mean, realistically, I can put my decal in there. Or we can move Roland down. What happens when we move Roland down to here? Make this Roland the same size as the 808. Can we? Let's make it about A big. Try to bring it back up. That's pretty slick looking. I like how that orange, how the orange and the black kind of flip each other off. Flip each other off. Just made it sound like they're flicking each other off. No, I mean like it's blackish or like grayish color. And then the Roland's in that orange. Alright. I think I like that better. Where this Roland is better. So let's go ahead and duplicate that in the reverse and see what happens. Yep. Just as I thought. That way we can centralize all of that Roland's, all of the Roland's sponsorship stuff. Maybe we can stick Ableton up here. Collection. Ooh, we have Reason too. I forgot about that. Reason is actually has a really amazing 808 emulator on it. Ooh, I almost like that Ableton in that red. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, let's rock with that, man. Let's find some wheels, and then that will dictate. A limited selection of wheels. I do like those. I think the Dunlops will work good on this one. Been doing the Dunlops a lot lately. I almost like that same color for it to be the same color as the car. Let's do that. We really don't have to do anything to the front or the back. I mean, that was one of the issues I had with this car, is that it's really hard to get anything on the back end of this car because there's not much of a back end to put on back here. So what would make sense is to spam my name back there. Because that's the one decal that I have that is that same shape. I mean, it's a cop-out, but it's a good cop-out. And it serves my purposes just fine, so. No one's here to stop me, folks. I'm here by myself. fending off the world from bad car designs. Not saying that my car designs are the best out there, because there are tons of others that are way better than mine. But I don't do too bad of a job of this. I'm not going to say that I do bad of a job of this, because I think I did a pretty decent job at making these things. Let's try to find some sponsors for us that aren't just Ableton and Roland. Let's just find some general sponsorships that would probably go along with this car. Let's say that this car uses H&R shocks and springs, maybe, or maybe we do. I like using NGK, man. I mean, mainly because I use NGK in real life, and I've said that before. We can do the tag heroes. Just to give us a different color. Like that green. These are BBS wheels on this car, I believe. So maybe we can use the BBS sticker once. We never ever use it. So this is a shame because I really do like BBS wheels. It would probably be something. It would be smallish. Where else can I put it? It's not going to clash with anything else. I mean, I can always run it like right here. I'm not too opposed to that. You rarely ever use that decal. I mean, I just never put it on there. Then again, I don't think any of the other cars have had BBSs on it. I mean, these are, if I'm not mistaken, those are BBS they're not CHs, they're the other one. If I'm not mistaken. What would be good are the Dunlop stickers, because those are orange. I mean, you could technically run up here somewhere if you wanted to. It wouldn't be back there, though. It would be kind of like up here somewhere. Maybe we can even put it in here. No, I don't like that. I like it more down here. And the car doesn't need to have a bunch of sponsorship stickers. I do want to kind of fill it out just a little bit more. Probably won't put anything on that back end area. I would like to put like an Audi sticker somewhere. Maybe we can add that to the side there. Let's see if we can find an acceptable Audi sticker to put back there. Let's come on that warped like crazy. I mean, it looks like we really can't put anything back there that isn't going to go too wacko, so we're going to have to put this on the other part. Probably this black one. I'm just trying to look at these circles here and try to make them line up in a somewhat even manner. Other Audi stickers, that's kind of boring. Why does Audi have such a boring logo? I want to add a Bilstein sticker on this. It's probably too small. I mean, realistically, it's probably too small too. Realistically, we would want to kind of fill this gap right here. The way it's this big empty space right there for, it's empty, that's advertising space. I'm just looking at that in that regards. Because there isn't much advertising space on this car, if you haven't noticed. Just because of the way that it's kind of so angular and kind of weird looking. So it's definitely not a very conventional car. We might not just put anything. I mean, I kind of like it how it is. Aside from putting maybe a couple of decals in the front there, we might be kind of close to nearing the end here. I would realistically probably put a couple of Dunlop stickers in the rear somewhere. Like back here somewhere. And then we need our tow hook sticker, decal. do the same red we've been using. It probably is an emergency red, but whatever. Let us put one of our own sponsorship decals in the back. Maybe that's the last decals we're going to be looking at this car for major we're running into some problems here. Not many. Some. Someone that will fit if we can get a couple of those going across. Hoping I can finish this so I can make some dinner pretty soon here. Oh no. We're going to run into some problems here. Nothing that we can't deal with. Maybe we'll just do one of our decals. Just to even it out. Maybe we can make it smaller. Don't need it to be that big. Okay. That looks pretty darn close. Yeah, I'm cool with just it being one. It's fine. I don't want to get too overboard with it. It's a nice little signature. Let's throw some shit on the front. We might be calling this one finished pretty soon here. Livery Molly's always been a favorite. But maybe not on this one. I just saw one that I like for liquids. Let's try this Mobile One sticker down here. Been having some good luck with this Mobile One sticker. And it's just colorful enough that it's going to pop really nicely. Just put it off to the side a little bit. Oh, you know, I haven't done a spoiler yet. We can do that. It's not going to take long. I'm thinking more of like this gradient thing going on this spoiler. And then the front side. Let's do some mobile one. I give us an excuse to use a mobile one sticker up here. If we can find where it's going to put it. Not many surfaces that it's going to mesh well with. I mean, if we make it that small, what's the point of putting it on the car? Let's just not put anything on the front of the car. I mean, that's pretty cool looking so far. Let's make the mirrors red, I think, right? And let's make the rear wing this dark gray color. And let's do some decaling on the rear wing. Just look at it again. So, what I want to do on the rear wing, can we fit through these guys here? Should have gotten it so it's not bleeding over right now. So, I mean, what would make sense is to continue this motif back here. Red. And then orange. Moving on up here. And then the yellow. Maybe we can make these lines in between a little bit more pronounced. I like what's going on there. go with this black Roland. We can just put it right there. Alright, there we go. Very nice. Let's do it in reverse. Everything. There we go. Taken lots of simple shapes today and done some really complicated stuff. Not really complicated, but stuff that is definitely stuff that I haven't dealt with before, which is you know, the transparencies and stuff. Or not the transparencies, but the gradients. Now, what would make sense is on the rear wing. So kind of just make sure that she's not running into any interference there, but it probably is, but you just can't see it because it's such a dark color. I mean, these technically should be set to like -2, so we'll just do it for shits and giggles. It's not really, doesn't really matter too much on this design because that Roland is black, and so is the rear wing's kind of blackish. It's more of like a dark gray than anything else. Okay, let's let us finish the roof of this. What makes sense is if we follow along. I wish there was a gradient that did. Because it would be nice if I can just get them to grade off. Let's see if we can. There's nothing really that would fit that description. What I'm looking for is a straight shape like this. I mean, we could try doing it with this. But it's gonna, we're gonna need a lot of them to do this. And we're not going anywhere. I did say we're gonna finish this. Let's just do this first before we go crazy with this. Let's make sure that that's that red color. Just keep on keeping on here. Drop off in the gradient's really nice though, but once you get it working, it would be nice to be able to control it a little bit more. once you get something going pretty good, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad at all. Looks like we got some weird issues going on here. Some tiny issues. I'm gonna probably have to go through and do some individual fixing to all these lines, but once we're done with it, then we're pretty much done with it. Oops. Oh, well, that's gonna be a problem. Can we change how it's projecting? Okay. Yeah, that did it. What? Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. This whole thing is a game changer. This just wish I could get it to work here. This angle limit thing is, man, dude, it's like a game changer. It really does allow you to like kind of custom fit some of these decals. It's not until we get to here. Looks like we're having a problem here with that one. So this one needs to be like that. This one needs to come over just a tiny bit. And then this one's gonna probably need some fixing. Alright, that looks good. Alright, now we need an orange stripe. Is it red, yellow, and orange first? Red, orange, and then yellow. This stripe, we could probably, we might be able to duplicate this one. We'll make it our yellow. We'll fix that. There we go. And it fades to our dark color there. Very nicely. We could probably fit one more Roland sticker back there. See how big we can get it. I mean, that's pretty cool looking. There's literally no like stickers for Audi on this car. But that's fine. That's how Roland rolls, man. They're a big enough company. They don't need no Audi. We don't need no Audi. They're the sound of the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, bro. When you're that big, you don't need this. You don't need no Audi sticker. You just need a really big Roland sticker. That looks believable. That's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm happy with how this turned out. So I think that will conclude this portion of this livery. Seems some funkiness to that mobile. We can address that now. I'm glad I saw that just now. Let's fix these mobile stickers so they're not so crazy when they warp like that. I'm not a big fan of when it does that. But I can see what it's doing. It's trying to approximate what it's going to look like as soon as it makes that turn around the corner. That's easily fixed like that. I think otherwise, I think that may be finished. I mean, I don't know where else I'd want to put any sponsorship stickers. It's already looking pretty busy because of all the striping. But honestly, we used way less sponsorship stickers than I normally ever use. I usually use a ton of them, but this design doesn't really need it. I just wanted to have a few other sponsors other than Ableton and Roland. I mean, that BBS sticker might even go. I might even move. Let's get rid of that BBS sticker. So I don't think I'm very happy with it. I don't like how it gets chopped up by that. And honestly, I don't want it on that design. I mean, we can try moving it. But I mean, like I said, there are cars out there that don't have many sponsors. They just have one big main sponsor. We've got Mobile One. We've got Dunlop. I don't know who else we would want other than Audi. But I'm really kind of afraid to use another Audi sticker because I mean, I could put one on the bottom there. It'd be pretty unobtrusive. You know, we're gonna put one. Why am I even thinking about this? I mean, we could put one right here. That would fill that little area right there. Or we can put it down here. I mean, just don't want it to. I just don't want it to distort too much. We can put it up. Kind of like it down here, though. I mean, that probably wouldn't be where they would put a sponsorship sticker for Audi. I mean, realistically, they'd probably put it like here somewhere, which isn't a bad choice. It wouldn't look terrible right there. Change it to black, though. This doesn't look straight, though. I wish I could move it up to the top there, but I mean, it just gets. I mean, I could do something like that. It'd be cool if I can incorporate the gas cap in this. Get this smaller. I might be able to pull it off. I mean, that's what sucks, is that this is the gas cap right there, so it does fall on the Audi rings, though. I mean, can't deny that. I mean, it's pretty much right on there. I mean, that'd be kind of a fun detail, is that it covers the gas cap there, but then it becomes part of the design there, which is kind of cool. It's very German, very efficient. I like it up there. Actually, I don't mind it up there. It gives that area just a little bit more pizzazz, because there isn't much going on there. I mean, the only other sticker that I could probably think of putting in on this car is maybe the NGK sticker, just because it's got a shape to it. We can try doing that. Would have to not be in that red. I mean, it can be in that red. It just can't. I don't want it to impede too much on the design. That might mean that we can throw some NGK stickers on the front, just to cover our base on the front side here, because those two NGK stickers would fit on the front here. It would go fine just here. Yeah, I would buy that. that the way that they're warping though. I wish I could change the projection method without having to get into here. That's better. That's much better. Everyone gets pretty fair representation on the car. There is that gap between the Ableton and the Roland, which doesn't terribly bother me. I mean, technically Ableton should get another sticker somewhere, but I mean, maybe they only paid for those 2 stickers. Maybe that's all they could afford was the 2 stickers on the 2 decals on both sides. Sometimes that's what happens. I think we're finished, though. I think this is it. I mean, I'm pretty happy with what this looks like. Did we put our warning stickers on the hood? Yeah, we did. All right. I think that might be it for this car. I think we have hit all of the spots that we wanted to hit. That gradient on the back looks really nice on the wing. I think this is done. We can call this finished. Let's save it as that. We will change the color to 3 color type, and we will make the first one our red. We will make the second one our orange. Actually, let's make it a yellow, just to keep them apart. And the orange, and then let's call it. Let's call it the Roland. Group 3 Audi 808. Oh, crap. Wanted that space. Right there. Okay, done. Save. Boom, save. And let's go ahead and equip our car with it. Maybe we can take it for a couple spins around the track and see how she does. We'll apply the livery now. This will be available to download from my gallery. We aren't going to make any special versions for mine because I don't drive for Audi. I drive for Porsche, so I do not. For any of the cars that I don't drive, it'll always be shared. Let me take a 10-1 break real quick while this loads. Okay. Just stuff my mouth with Girl Scout cookies. And today was a fun episode. I hope someone learned something. We created this Roland 808 inspired livery live on YouTube at www.kaboomoperator.com. Let's share this guy first. Catch us live. Catch me live from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Standard Edition almost every day. Okay, that's good enough. And it's going to get shared. And hopefully people like it. Let's take the little car out for a race. I wonder if people are getting tired of my liveries, because I've been posting liveries almost every day now at this point. I don't think I got any notifications from my Hello Kitty livery. I did change the color of the Hello Kitty car to a white, if you see that little chit up there. But I will unveil that. I don't think none of you have probably made it through the 8 hours that it took to make that car, so you'll see it in the time lapse at the very end. Not that I don't have the faith that you guys watched any of that yesterday, but I wouldn't have watched all of it. Shit, that's a damn long time, man. Let's get into our new 808 inspired R8. Ooh, listen to her riff. Let's, okay. And let's bring it out to the track. I like doing these, seeing how far I can get up in these 2-lap races against the computer. Let's do Barcelona again. We're gonna do Fiji. Maybe Suzuka. Fuck it, let's do Suzuka. It's a long enough course, and I kind of remember how to do it. Let's see how good of 2 laps I can get out of Suzuka here. It's a long race. This is my new thing. Every time I finish one of these cars, I want to take it on the track and capture a replay. It helps with the time lapses. The thing is I have to do good on the game in the race. I'm not necessarily very good against the professional drivers. I tend to bump them out of just frustration. Much better with these intermediate guys. I can fake a decent race out of this. Well, this car's nice. I don't think I've ever driven this car. Nice. This car makes some cool noises. Sounds cool. It better sound cool if it's got a bearing the 808 name. It better sound cool, right? Ooh, what was that all about? Other 808, other Audi R8? This car is really nice. I mean, granted, I'm racing against the computer. So we can get first this time around. What's going on there? What is that thing on my roof? What is that? Has that always been there? Let's retry it. Did something get... What is that? Wait a minute. What is that? Why are there stickers on my... Are those supposed to be there? That's weird. I mean, I guess those are supposed to be there. Never seen a car that has stickers like that. This is a weird spot. Are those the mirrors or something? What is that? There wouldn't be something wrong with my design. I mean, it doesn't look like it is because it looks like it has on both sides of the window. That don't make no sense, man. What is that? Oh. It looks like it's some sort of... What is that? I don't know. I'm trying to... Oh, it's part of... Looks like it's part of a shade of some sort, or... It's inside the car, whatever it is. That's weird. I've never seen that on a car before. Let's try that again. We were doing pretty good there before we got distracted by whatever the shit that shit is. Let's do new. And I should probably be driving a professional, but I don't care. Like I said, I'm kind of just doing this for fun. And that's also kind of for the replay. I always like the car passing a lot of other cars. I usually use the replay in the videos, the time-lapse videos, or I'm planning to use the replay more on the time-lapse videos, just so your eyes don't get completely bugged out from watching a time-lapse for 15 minutes. I know my eyes bug out every time I do it, so... And I have to edit the damn thing, so... I like this car. I'm not looking to move positions though. I like my spot in Porsche. I also like my car a lot. It's kind of distracting having that thing in the way. Whatever it is. fast, this car. Although I think it's a fake sense of fastness and quickness because I am driving what's it called mode. These computer components are so easy. It does like to understeer a lot though. Noticing a lot of understeer with this car. But I mean, that would make sense because it's an all-wheel drive car. It does stick it in the corners though. I just have to deal with understeer a little bit. Even with that mess up I got at first place, man. Seriously? Come on, computer. Alright, well, that was one lap of the Suzuka circuit in the new 808 themed RS8. Or R808. So I'm going to save that replay. We'll generate some stickers or some content out of that, and I think that's going to be it. Guys, we are going crazy with the liveries. Look at my livery library. It's huge now. That's what she said. I mean, we've got a pretty big livery library now. I don't know if any of them are good. But I've got a ton of them now. Look at all those cars. Jeez, you crazy. All right. Feeling good. Feeling good. They're kind of alike, the two cars. I mean, they're almost exactly alike, but they're very different in regards of design and stuff. Anyhow, let's call it that the evening for the night. For those of you that watched, thank you for watching. For those of you that might be watching this later on, thank you for watching as well. I'm glad you were a part of my day, and I hope it was a good part of your day. Tomorrow, we will try to return at the same bat time, same bat channel. And otherwise, I hope everyone has a fantastic night, and look out for some more time lapses. I think I'm going to roll another one out tomorrow morning. If I get it out tomorrow morning, there might be a possibility that I might not do a show tomorrow afternoon. You're just gonna have to tune in and find out whether or not. If I don't show up by 3, then I'm not gonna be broadcasting. And maybe that's like a good point to make, because hopefully soon my schedule's gonna start changing. But the 3 o'clock, I think, is if I don't show up at 3 o'clock, then I probably won't come in later. I won't be coming in at all that night. So we'll institute those changes as soon as that shit happens. Anyhow, I hope you guys have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. Thanks. Bye.